Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday? Tuesday it is. How are you all doing today? I think I'm on live on YouTube. It shows that I'm live. It does have the thumbnail on though. At least on my previous screen. So I have no idea. Okay, there we go. Now it's good. Had a refresh. Anyways, how are you all doing today? Hopefully you're having a good week so far. Yesterday we were able to finish recording the video for the Docker engine security lesson, and so I got all that put up. I got it uploaded to YouTube, and now we're able to put that up and upload it, and we should be able to finish this issue. Although it won't be in necessarily the correct order, which is, a thing. Also, right before the stream started, Zilby came down and joined me. He was hanging out. I went upstairs to go grab his food, grab other things to bring down here, and he decided that that was the time to take my chair. So we're in standing mode today, which is good. That's good for us, right? Plus also now I somehow have cat fur all over me, which I guess is also a side effect of owning a cat, so. Okay, so uploading the video. What I want to do is I'm gonna upload. I want to put this video in, so which means I need to go find it. Okay, so that goes in there. We exit out of view. Let's, oh, I guess I need to copy all the contents of this, but I can do that pretty easily. Let's just jump in for that. You know what? I should use a different browser for the real one. Let's use this one. Okay. So I should be able to, we're going to create an article. This is going to be Docker Engine Security. That was my password. Oops. Usually I'm pretty good at changing that. So now I need to do an emergency change. Let's see. Oh, you want to do promotion type stuff? Well, sorry. No, please don't do that. Goodbye. Why can't I click away from it? Yeah. Okay, so where is my, oh, you're over here. And successfully changed password. Okay, and also immediately copying something else, so I can't do that again. Let's let's go back to you, recopy you. Create that article. We're going to go to our introduction to Docker course, and we have to find Docker engine security, and we're going to add that in there. I don't have a way to order it, but right now that's where we're going to throw it. So if we come in here and take a look at it, now we can see Docker engine security is down here, and it looks appropriate. So perfect. Which means, well, also the other thing is I need to update the visibility of these courses, because of course that got changed. So let me turn them all private again. Oh, invalid jot. Okay. Not logged into Hasura now. So let me see. Let me log in as admin. There. Okay. So these are all now no longer preview. So we'll have to go in and update that later, and we can see the video here. Perfect. Okay. So with that, we can now mark this is done. Let me see. Okay. So you're part of an issue. So I want to mark you as, oh, is this actually, okay, it has a label, projects. Oh yeah, I can close the issue here. So close the issue there. And mark you as done. All right, we got something done. Excellent. What's next? So, well, I guess this is another one. So fix course spelling error. That seems important to do. Installing Docker section, and also I want to git commit. Installing Docker section, the command at the end of the sentence, screenshot below, should be Docker images instead of Docker image. Perhaps highlighted as a hyperlink to docs as you did in the other section. Okay, so this is installing Docker section. So what I want to do is I want to move the other Docker articles into here. So let's go ahead and move. So remove them from there, put them in here, so that way I know what everything is, what we're doing. I can remove everything with a dot back. That's going to be fine. And this is the installing Docker. Yeah, installing Docker. Once you have Docker installed. Okay, once you have Docker installed, you can check to make sure it is running. Is it Docker images? I think you're right. You're right. It is Docker images. Okay, Docker images, and then also we can turn this into a link instead. Hugh, hello. How are you doing today? So LMS is an application for managing your video production workflow. Courses made up of sections, say in issues, documenting things needing changes, and also it manages the video segments of the course. Not exactly, but close. It's the LMS is a learning management system, so it's going to be what students and instructors, so obviously me, log into to create courses or to consume courses. So everything sort of like around the creation or learning of through courses. That's the idea of it. There's a couple other things that are in scope that I haven't done at all, which revolve around assessments and then also tracking like metrics, like figuring out like, okay, how are you doing? Like how far have you gotten? Things like that. So users have privileges, making new courses, editing, viewing. Students only get to view. Yeah. And I guess like take the course, which does affect the database because I get to see like, okay, they've started this course, they finished this course. I can see that right now in the database, although looking in the database only is kind of a pain. I was hoping I can find the, I wonder if it's in manuals. Where maybe guides? No, guides is like the full thing. Oh, reference maybe. CLI reference. There we go. This is what I want. Wait, Docker images links me to Docker image ls, which interesting. I didn't realize that that's what that was. That's cool. Okay, so good idea. To fix this, because I don't have anything, I don't have a GUI for updating articles. I have to come in here and find out what the article is. And just straight up update it in a database. And now if I hit refresh, did that not do it? Interesting alternative might have been to have an app for taking a course, an app development, etc. with middleware. Yeah, that's definitely something that like we could still do, is like break that out into different things. Did I not save it? I thought I saved it. Affected rows 1. Is it cached? I wonder if it's cached. Okay, so if I take a look at it again, did I actually properly update it? I don't see the once. Run query. I want ID is equal to that. Yeah, okay, so that's updated in a database. Yeah, I tried that. I wonder how long it... Oh, I know. No, wait, no, that... The HTML gets cached, but the call to Hasura should not be cached. Well, okay, actually, I don't know. I'm using a library for this, and they probably have their own caching rules behind the scenes, just like something else does. Fit, hello. How are you doing today? So I wonder, can I go to disable cache? Try this again. That didn't update. For the get, so I do 1 mega get. At the beginning. Status 200, which you'd think it would do something else. See, here's all the articles that I have access to. You're doing some Rust coding, trying to find a best way to implement different rate limiting depending whether a user is authenticated or not. Rate limiting is such a weird and like hard thing to get right, because, well, actually all those like security level things that we do is hard to get right perfectly. it's so easy to accidentally rate limit too much or rate limit too little or do something else. What's on stream today? Yeah, this is u.rs. Now, I wonder if I just need to, I need to update that. I even fall prey to my own failed design. Yes, this hasn't updated yet. I have updated this in the database, right? This is, yeah, this is the deployed database. Let me double check if I try to get and try to query the course article. Doesn't the part of the app that runs DB requests run in some window on your machine? Well, so it runs in the background. I guess it runs, like I have something that runs when the app first launches, and then it sends a GET request to, or I guess technically it's GraphQL, so it sends a POST request to the Hasura server, and then that responds. Oh, I know that there's clearly a query because I'm getting stuff at all. The question is like, was it cached not? Which it shouldn't be cached because I am getting the 200, and you would think that I would be getting a like a 330. No, is it a 200 or is it 203 or something like that? I forget what the cache one is. $203. Okay, yeah. But I'm not getting that. I'm getting a 200, which should get me the right stuff. Unless, of course, there's something else weird going on. So I'm going to write a query over here in like the actual one. Actually, you know what we can do? I can write the query in this window, and then I'll just move it over there. That way you can see me write the query. What I want to do is I want to see... Oh, I need to be... I need to be a root user. Igor and Waleed, hello. How are you doing today? And thank you, Igor. All right, so we want a query. This is going to be get course article content by article ID. Yeah, I think it's article ID. So this would be article content where article ID is equal to, I think, well, actually, I don't know what it is over here. I don't own that one. I don't own any of those. Okay. Maybe it's article. Maybe it's one. One. Give me... Sure, give me the ID, content, article, title. Okay, yeah, so I can see the content from this article. Let's also take a look at that. All right, so that's what I think that it is. Oh, Hasura data API. I wonder if I can, in the console, tell it to like turn off, like just reset the cache. Or if I have to use a CLI command to do that. So metadata status, we have our allow list. I don't want that. Oh, the query has a property with a time to live for cached. Oh, okay. So we can do stuff like that. Interesting. Let me take you over here and just double check that I updated the database properly. And I'm looking for... Oh, actually, no, it's not updated in database properly. When I do the query using their API, it's still the wrong thing. So I did not properly update that, which is concerning to me. I did the wrong. Okay. Now I'm really concerned. What did I update? Okay, so article, I updated the wrong ID. That's what the problem was. Okay, so first, let's update the right one. Oh, I want to go to that browser. Update you, save you. And I want to go to you. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now it's correct. I got confused that the ID here is not actually the ID of the article. Okay, so that's fun. That's really cool. Now, what did I update? I don't actually know. That wasn't it. I updated something with the wrong ID. So now we have to find that, which is gonna be fun. So oh, okay. So I updated running your first okay, so I accidentally updated running your first Docker container. So we have that. Okay, and that's now updated back to what it's supposed to be again. Excellent. I totally know what I'm doing. This is the reason why you're supposed to create GUIs for yourself as opposed to just manually update everything in a database, YOLO style. Okay, so this is done then. So we can go ahead and close the issue and mark this done. Okay. Fix double two. I should, every time I do this, I should git commit and do all that fun stuff. Okay, next up, fix double two in Docker course. Also, the other thing that was requested, and which I think I can do, I can go to the GitHub for this new repo, the Docker course articles, which is private, and I can add in collaborators. Which passkey did I use? Oh no, not this. Okay. Okay, and so I can set, all right, 4 Docker course articles, collaborators, add the course beta testers team. All right, so I think I added in read access. I don't know if that allows somebody to do a pull request into it. We will find that out later. So in the meantime, that's all up there, which means I can come back to you. And double 2 in Docker. Right, we have that introduction to Docker. Is that the actual Docker course itself? I mean, who doesn't like a good double 2? Oh, it's this one. It's this article here. The article has a double 2, right? Not the course. Yeah, introduction to Docker. Okay, so this article has introduction to 2, so I can change that in a database. And that is now fixed. Okay, so that's a quick one. Close the issue. Mark you as resolved. All right, fast stuff. All right, next up, we have create account enhancements. I think these are like a couple, like a bunch of different things. Oh yeah, so we want to update the design for the create account. And then, okay, yeah, so just remove, I could also just remove the password strength meter altogether because it doesn't seem to be working at all. And I'd rather just not have one than pretend to have one because that sucks. But yeah, that should be fine. Let's go ahead and mark this into in progress, and we get to start doing real stuff now. Okay, make inputs less wide. So the inputs are too wide here. Now what we can go and take a look at what this is in production first. If I log out, get started, this is how wide they are. So I can make that significantly less wide. Now, how wide do I want to make this? If I am at no zoom in, so no, this is the size. I have width 100%. I can reduce that down to something like this. Should I still full size it? I don't think I want width as 50%. I think I want to do this as like a rem. So like how many M's? Like how many letters do we expect somebody to have? Like if we have like 25 rem, that's like that amount. And I want it to be the same as the password. And I think we can have fairly long passwords because Auth0 can handle decent sized passwords. So I can maybe do like 50. It's pretty long. 30. Let's try 30. Okay, so I just want this. This actually comes from my Bootstrap overwrite CSS file. Okay, so the way that this works I actually had something up there that, oh, because I'm on this dual list thing that we decided not to work on. So I probably want to delete that branch. Let's switch to main. All right, if I want to use this, okay, we want to update just that one thing. That is in the DB Bootstrap. There's nothing about this that's... Wait, no, that's generated, isn't it? Do I have something else? Let's see, it's in form control. So if I do a search for okay, there's that width 100% in form control. Oh, I wonder if I should just overwrite this. Because this is like all forms, and I probably don't want to do that. So what I really want to do is add some CSS in to override that specific page. And add in a form for that. Or update this to have something like form control short or something like that. Yeah, because we have class form control. Imagine if I also put in something like form, like input short, input medium. And then that would control this. And so I would have a new class called and here we would do width. You can go back to 100%. And yeah, then I can control each one independently and I don't like update everything all together. So this is what I want to do. So I need to go find where the input is. So elements input, do you take into class? I don't see any classes coming in on the properties. Okay, I have you coming in there. Okay, that's good. Input is only this. Okay. I want then an input class. All right, so here we're going to have a pub classes to overwrite. And you're going to be a list of classes, which I can't remember if I call them classes or not. I've used classes. Okay, yeah, I do use that. Classes. Okay. And then we're going to make this default. Okay, our input classes, and this can be a vector now, I think, which is going to hold the prop set classes. And also I'm using the wrong Vim. I'm using actual Vim instead of Helix. Okay, so if I use those two together, then you become the input classes, and then you should be happy there. Except, oh, I probably don't want to own you. Is that the problem? No field classes on input classes. Really? But there's classes right here. That's the props. Oh, 3 S's. That would do it. Okay, and then you need to be mismatch types expected a reference to a classes found a reference to static stir. I'm not doing this right. This I don't think is how to do proper classes. Right? I thought I could do this. I think at the class is this. And then I combine them together. Let's go remind ourselves how this works. Oh, and I'm on 20 still. Are you putting a vector prop classes inside a vector? Well, the prop classes is a struct. And so I want it to figure it out automatically, which I think the vector can do, but maybe not. So that goes to that. I want to do multiple. Oh, it's just like this. Okay, so it's not a vector. Okay, got it. I'm overcomplicating it. Yeah, so I just need to do that. It's not satisfied. Oh, it has to do an into. I cannot move out. I have to clone you. Okay, that's what we want to do. Our input classes are used here. That's great. So now our component is named BB input. So now we have to find where BB input is being used to create those two things, which I think would be in here. So if we go to pages, create account. There's our, okay, there's our BB input. So looking at this one here, I can't actually do this yet. I need to go to cargo.toml and I need to update you. So for YCL, change you to this. Air Nirok, hello, how are you doing today? All right, so that's rebuilt. You are still working. So I want to now hand you a classes equals, and this is gonna be form control medium for that first one, which obviously is not going to do anything because we don't have that form control, but I should be able to look in you and see there's our form control medium. So that's added in here along with form control. So now I need to find out wrong back in YCL. I'm pretty sure in here. Nope. I'm now going to add in a form control medium. In which we say that our width is going to be 30 rem. Okay. I need to come back to here and then resave in order to get you to rebuild. And then when that rebuilds and tells this to refresh, that didn't do anything. So there's our form control. Oh, I'm not seeing any other form control. I do see form control dash medium. Form control medium. Oh, I need to, do I need to rebuild this? I don't remember anymore. It's been so long since I worked on this project. Here. Error, you're fine. Yesterday you defended the product on Actix Web registration and authorization service with all sorts of features. Right now you want to repeat it only on Axum. Awesome. Excellent. And I'm glad those videos are helpful. Oh, and an ad break for Twitch is starting in 4.5 minutes or so, which is perfect because I just ran out of tea, so I can use that time to go grab some more tea or something more to drink. Okay, so why aren't you picking up? Do I have to build you? Is this actually built from something else? I'm a little bit worried that I'm not supposed to be updating this file, but I'm supposed to be updating something else. So if I search for form control. Okay, these are all elements. These are all in there. I have literally nothing else. So it's not pulling, it's like not combining this together. I don't know why this was named min. I think it just grabbed it from the designer I worked with who created it for me. And he named it min. And it's definitely not minimized. Okay, so I do have, okay, so it is, I don't do anything silly like put a dot in here, form control medium. I guess one question in here, can I see it? So can I find the, can I find, excuse me. Oh, is it all like getting, I'm not seeing the CSS file, am I? There's form control. Yeah, no form control mediums. That didn't get brought out. Why? That in here in index, I do say go find oh, it's BB style. Oh, that's probably where my override is. That's probably what my problem is. Okay. Let's close this buffer, BB style. There's no form control, but I believe I can add it in here. Okay, so there's some overrides. Oh, I bet I could use this. But let's imagine if I is there like a form section? Okay, I have form text, all forms. So if I have now we come over here, we resave. There we go. That updates it. Perfect. Okay. So let's do that to the password too. That updates you. Okay, so they're less long now. Excellent. Which means we can come back to here and just say we have made the inputs less wide. Then the next one would be remove the password requirements. I can actually just remove password strength here, I believe. So if I just delete you, password strength, that goes away. Oh, and the ads just started. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and go grab my breakfast smoothie. So I will be right back. Okay, so what was next? We removed the password requirements. No, we removed. We fixed the password strength meter by removing it. We removed the password requirements. That part. Okay. This is the message. So if I just remove that message there, that should remove that. There we go. Change required to just a star, an asterisk. Oh, and Zilby's done with my chair. I'm going to take back the desk. Actually, I'm curious. Now that I've reduced the gain so much on the microphone, I wonder, can you hear this? Oh, that was really loud to begin with. That was really loud here too. For some reason, when the desk starts going down, it has this like big thunk that happens, which is, I guess, what happens when I get the desk for free from an ex business. It's been heavily used. There, you have 2 questions. Sure, yeah. Shoot away. What directory system do I use? FSD, Atomic Design. So I was trying to use sort of like a, I don't remember FSD or what that stands for. I was trying to use like a hybrid of Atomic Design and something else that a designer that I worked with found, and I liked it a lot. And then so that's sort of like what was set up here with like elements and other things. But I then realized, well, I read an article from a designer who was criticizing developers by saying, why are you putting like Atomic Design like wordage in here? They're just components when there, so just have a components. Like even if they're small or whatever, like reusable components just all sort of go together and use good naming. It was like, well, none of the articles that are like are ever pointed towards developers. They're always pointed towards designers. And I always thought like, okay, well, if it's organized that way in our mind, let's organize that in our code too. But apparently that's not the recommended way. Apparently you just want, those are design tokens that are like in the design document, but not necessarily supposed to be organized that way in the code, which is like, okay, I get too late now. So I use SurrealDB and prod. I do not use that. I have not used SurrealDB at all. It's on my list to take a look at though. I've heard good things about it though. Okay, change the required to an asterisk because people know what that means. Now I have this required true in here, which means that we have to change this over here. So we have to go back into our input, find where we are doing required. Right here. Required text. So if required, be this. And we'll replace you with, I guess we'll change you to that. And now that will update to the stars. Okay, that's good with that. So, there you go. All right, updated. Well, actually, wait, did I update it? I updated it locally. I need to deploy it. That's a thing. It works on my system. I don't know about you all guys. So YCL, you're gonna update first. All right, so we want to update styling for update styling and design for inputs. We'll go ahead and push you, and then you're going to give me a commit out of this, which I think is that one. I'm going to come back to here and go to our cargo.toml. And update you to that. That reruns, and so you should still be the same after refreshing. You are good. You're deployed there. Okay, so this is now completed. LMS 61. So completed number 61. What did we do here? Completed number 61. Updated. And now we get to run. Now we get to watch this. This won't take too long. And then we'll deploy this out to production. Zilbeat jumped down, ate his food, and then peaced out. So he's not going to hang out with us anymore. Looks like maybe during one of the other breaks I can go see if I can convince him to come down and hang out with us again. Clippy failed. Oh no. Okay. So if I want to take a look, I think I can do cargo Clippy. What are you upset about? Oh, you have a couple things. Okay, so in create account line 6 and create account line 36. Oh, so password states. Okay, so I have some warnings. I guess I didn't pay attention to those. Yeah, so I'm not using this at all, so I can get rid of you. Okay, so what are we doing? Git commit, creating, fixing lint errors, warnings. All right, so we get to watch this again, and hopefully this time it passes cargo. I'm surprised cargo check didn't catch that. Did it? Maybe it was cargo check and I misread it. Oh, right. A push to main doesn't actually auto deploy that. It just, to deploy that, I cut a release, I believe. So the last one was 021s. These are just minor updates. These will be 022. Okay, so what did we do? We updated. I need to find. I don't think I saved who did it in there, so I have to go find the channel in here. Overlaid. Let's see what else do we do. We I think there was one more thing, right? Let's see. So shorter, star. Oh, and requirements. So now it's going to do the same exact thing and throw that out there. And this is the funnest part of development, right? Where we just all hang out and watch the deploy happen. Oh, interesting. Checkout 3 v3 is using Node.js 20. Interesting. Sorry, Node.js 16. Well, that's not great. I wonder if there's a checkout v4 now. Those are all from... Are those all from... Am I using set output? I don't remember if I am or if that's something else that's using it. Custard, hello. How are you doing today? So you kicked off the project in U. What would you say your TLDR on it? Like U itself? My TLDR on U is it's basically React in Rust. Like if we ever wanted to just program Rust, but like have the strongly typed system of Rust, but in React, use U. It's as simple as that. And it's like trying to be as close to the developer experience of React as possible. And it pretty much has everything that you would want, like to the point where if you're not sure about how something works in U, you could actually use the React documents and get a good idea about what you're supposed to be doing to get working with it, which is really awesome. I like that a lot. Obviously, the negative here is if you hate React, that's not going to be good. Cool, you're hosting a meetup in the UK next Monday. We'll be playing with you. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I really like you. I really like trying to like, I guess like, so Leptos and Samlo, other ones are like really good too. I feel that having something just sort of like essentially copying React, but in Rust is going to be a really good gateway front end framework into the Rust ecosystem to say like, hey, you actually can do front end dev here, because everywhere I see people saying, nah, you can't do front end dev in Rust. Don't even try. Don't even look into it. You have a few years of React in your belt and you're disliking the platform build around it. The only negative that I can tell you right now is the slow compile time, which is the Rust problem, right? Like the compile times for all the JavaScript frameworks have gotten ludicrously fast, to the point where I sometimes can't tell if it's reloaded. It's like refreshed that quickly and rebuilt that fast, which ironically is also due to Rust, because they're using Rust behind the scenes to recompile all the JavaScript. Yeah, exactly. You beat me to the punch. But U is all Rust code going into WebAssembly, and that compile time is not super fun. I can show you here. Let's go out of here. Here's this page. If I just if I come into here and I hit we can see the rebuild time over here. So if I just write, that's how long it takes to compile every time, which kind of sucks. Are we able to chunk a UApp? what do you mean by chunk? Because I can think of a couple different things that I would define as chunk. And I haven't really been following some of the things that like the JavaScript ecosystem has been doing recently. So I don't know if I have the same terminology as you. In React, we can split an app into a number of separate chunks. Okay, like multiple applications that you then pull together later. So I do one for third-party components, application components, and then core logic. So yes, we can do that. So over here, I have my YCL, my U component library, just for myself. And even though I've called it a U component library, there's literally nothing different that I've done to it. I've just built it as a U application, and then I pull that in into here, and so I can just use elements from a completely different application. So it absolutely is possible to build like entire sections of the app completely separately, and then have like one mega like core app that pulls it all together. That being said, even really small apps still have like are very slow compile times compared to what we get in JavaScript these days. But yeah, that's a really good idea. All right. Did you rebuild? No, you're still finishing up. We haven't gotten to the deploy yet. Oh, the drink I'm distracting you. Oh, sorry about that. It's my so it's a breakfast smoothie, and so I put it into a really big mason jar, and it's a blueberry. It's blueberries in it, so therefore that's the. It does look surprisingly like used paint, doesn't it? Yeah, that sort of like gray bluish look to it. Okay, you complete with success. I have never accidentally drunk that paint water. Your wife used to sit on the floor when younger with a pot of paint water and a coffee. Oh, mistakes were made. Yeah, it's yeah, that I could see that. I could see that. Okay, so I want to come out here, over to here. If I hit refresh, now you're updated. Everything is good. Now we can claim that that feature is done. All right, next one. Remove clickable space outside of course cards. These cards, they are clickable, which is nice, but there's a tiny space outside of them, which is also clickable and shouldn't be. Yeah, so the cards themselves. So not that card. This card. So I can see right here. That's where I can click it, which is a good... I would say like a full M. Yeah, that feels like a full rem outside of it. It's bigger. This is it right there. Oh, it's because I have a padding on it. The padding makes that clickable. So if I switch the padding, okay, so if I say no padding, can I make that go away? 0. And I give you 12. I think that'll be the same. Oh no, but I can still click that out there. I have not played with server-side rendering yet. No, I haven't. I probably should be. It's something that I want to look into, but I kept on I keep on just like working on other things and not really getting into that yet. Now, if I remove both the padding and that, oh no, the clickable area is still outside that. Okay, hold on. Now I'm confused. Oh, I was looking at the card. This A, okay, so I wrap an A around this, and the A has a padding. That's what does it. Okay, so for this A tag, I need to be able to arbitrarily choose not to have any padding. Now, where is that padding coming from? Wasn't there a way for me to filter and like find stuff in here? Let's search HTML. I don't want, oh, I want to search. Oh, there. Oh, so okay, everything that has a row in it has padding that's been calculated. Which I think I know where that comes from. No, okay, wait, that's margin bottom. Okay, so that's not right. So a row. None of that. Oh, I wonder if this is actually... Okay, I can override this BS gutter X. Okay. Oh, you didn't realize GitHub had Kanban boards these days? Yeah, so a few years ago they released GitHub projects, and then that was a complete flop. And so they re-released it a couple years ago, and it's been much better. And they now have Jira boards. Sorry, Kanban boards. Yeah, you've been suffering Jira for a while now. The problem that I always have moving away from Jira is the metrics. Jira has so many metrics that you can collect, and you can get some really good stuff. Like if you want to do any kind of like DevOps type metrics gathering, like the accelerate metrics, they're so hard to set up in anything other than Jira, which really sucks. So for businesses and like a company I'd be at, I would just go for Jira. For personal, I don't really care about any of the other stuff. So free is what I go with. Okay, so I believe that I can do BS gutter X. So if I override, and we have some overrides here. But I want to have something like no gutter. Oh, no gutter X. and I can just call this 0, right? I think you're allowed to do 0 when it's nothing. I don't have to say like pixels or anything else like that. Like the old quote about democracy, Jira is the least worst solution that we have. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly that. Although I have noticed, if oftentimes the worst Jira experiences that I've ever had were because non-developers set up and configured Jira. Jira, when configured like sanely, is really good, surprisingly enough. The only real negative that I can complain about at that point in time is the fact that it's slow, very slow. Which I also use as a reminder to many developers is that you don't need to have a fast app to become #1 in the world. Look at Jira. You should see the one they use at the NHS in the UK. There's about 100 task priorities. See, yeah. Jira keeps enabling all of those people too. They had a couple years ago, they did this update where they released a video with it, maybe. It was like some advertisement they released it with it. And it's like, hey, everybody, isn't this awesome? We have updated our time estimations tool. So you can now estimate with not just like an integer, but with a float. So you can now say it's going to be 1.2 hours, 1.2 days. And it's just like, oh my, this is the wrong direction to go in. No, bad Jira, bad Atlassian. Stop it. Okay. So if we have this no-gutter X, let's try to get back to this. I want this to be on a card. Or really, I can now just add no-gutter X, so I need to go find out where those cards are. And this is on the courses page. So I want page courses. Okay, I have my card list. Right, so I have my card list here, and so I want actually this probably isn't going to be here. Okay, so I loop through each card and I create a card. Ooh, and I have classes here. So this will be easy. I can now, all I have to do is remember that I called this no gutter X. So if I save you, come back to here, save you, except that's not going to work. I was really hoping that would work. What happened here? The A tag. Oh, I put the no gutter X got added to the div, not the A tag. That's the problem. It's too low. So obviously that's not going to work when the A tag is above it. Now, nope. I still need to be in here. Okay, so I have an href here. Internal link. Okay, so I just need to go. Okay, first of all, you're not. what I want. Okay, so if I wrap and link, and then I put that in, okay. Right, so in this one, I want to use no gutter X here, like that. That's not good. What did I do? Oh, classes is the wrong thing. Right, you can't do that. What am I? If I do that, I believe you're going to be happier. Yep. Now it's right on the edge where it starts turning into the, I can click here, here, here. Excellent. Okay. That's what I wanted. I think that's the only thing, right? Okay, so yeah, that's the only thing. Let's go ahead and get this deployed. Hi, wanna come hang out? He's looking at my desk, but there's not really much space for him to hang out on here. I have the desk right next to this with like a pad that he usually likes to sleep on. That's where the cat cam is, and he doesn't want to hang out there right now, I guess. Okay, so that's updated. This should still, yeah, okay, we're good. Oh, he wants, okay, he wants me to hold him. He doesn't, so Zilby doesn't like to just like lie on my lap on my own. He wants me to hold him while he's lying on my lap. Maybe he's cold. A cat, yeah, exactly, exactly. And of course you can't see him because he's on my lap. Okay, are you done? All right, he's back to exploring again. The best thing in remote meetings during the pandemic was seeing people's cats. Yeah, people's pets is always the best in meetings. I've never really understood people who like cannot stand them. Okay, Zilby, are you gonna hang out here? Now you can watch my cat if he ever lays down. All right, let's run cargo clippy just to make sure everything is good. We are good. This should pass just fine, and then when it does, we'll go ahead and deploy it and verify that the fix is on production. You know what I should do in the meantime while we're waiting? I kind of want to archive all the things that were done previously, so that way we can see what we actually did. So we did that one previously. Oh, E archives it. So we archived you. Okay, we added you today. We fixed you, we fixed you, we fixed you. Okay, so these are what we've done today. All right, so this is removed, let's see. Cards cannot be clicked outside of the card. All right, now who reported this one? This was also overlaid. I think he's here to hang out and watch for me to vacate the chair so he can take that, because he really loves the chair these days, especially after I've been sitting on it for a while. How are you finding Helix? I tried to like it, but they've not got it working with the Mac command key, so I couldn't do a lot of the natural keyboard actions. Which natural keyboard actions are you trying to use it with? I think like even when I use Vim, I don't really use the key, like a lot of the natural keyboard actions. So I think for me, because I don't use Vim with like Mac stuff. Oh, Command Alt left right to skip left and right. Yeah, I don't use that in my terminal generally. So I don't miss it at all. Yeah, end of line, end of word. You might see me here. You come over here. You might see every once in a while going to like there. So if I want to go to the end of word, usually what I do is I'll just go G to go to, and then E for end of word, end of line. And then if I want word at a time, I can just do B for back, or W for forward. Yeah, let's go up here. It's fine. Sorry. To go to the end of the line is go to L for end of line. Go to H for end of home. So it uses yeah, that's the problem. It is the retrained muscle memory stuff. Oh, and Zilby is gone. I hear you with that. Though what I usually tell myself is it's like a video game controller for just a different video game. It just is a very complicated 127 plus button controller. You love the symbol searching? Yeah, there's a lot of really cool things that Helix has. Although, to be honest, NeoVim has pretty much everything that Helix has. The inline type hints, I think they're the only thing that it doesn't have, and they're coming out in 0.10. They're coming out soon. Ustream has let's see the code and tried your damned hardest to use a console editor, but had to revert to VS Code in the end as you just weren't as productive. I think it helps that when I first started working as a sysadmin, I used VI almost exclusively because I was doing a lot of SSHing into systems, and we always installed VI in every system. And because of that, I got really used to just using terminal editors. And then I went and did a bunch of like graphics editors, but like there was always that thing, like always that little thing in the back of my mind. It's like, oh, I'm missing something. So switching back to a terminal editor isn't that hard. Wasn't that hard for me, but I did have that like history. Yeah, I came into dev via Windows before moving to a Mac. Yeah. So you were used to like, well, I mean, Windows still has like you could still install VI and other things in Windows, but like it's not nearly as common for people to do. And also, like if you're in Windows and you're SSHing into the systems, you have no choice, right? Like you have to use a terminal editor at that point in time. You got a Windows a long time ago. I have all three operating systems now. Although my Linux one is dead because of a disk drive failure, but I have the system in my drawer. I just need to fix it someday. I literally have a pile of hard drives behind, like in the closet behind me, behind the green screen. So all I need to do is like secure erase them, deal with them, like, you know, verify that they're working, and then like reinstall the operating system, maybe set that up as a server here or something. You only use Windows for leisure. Yeah, right now I'm using it for OBS to send out the stream, and then leisure. Although when I say leisure, I really mean like Brooks Builds leisure. You find OBS on Mac loses its settings a lot. Yeah, I don't know if it like, I find that OBS works weird on like everything but Windows. But I think like losing settings maybe that explains what I've been feeling. I always feel like just something weird stuff was happening. Maybe that's what it was. All right, heads up. Twitch notified me that ads are starting in around 4 minutes. So we'll have ads on Twitch. We'll take a break. You tend to share specific applications rather than a desktop to avoid accidental secret leaking. I mean, that's I've never done that. Who would do that? Also, that would not have protected me this last one, because I leaked the secret into the application I was sharing, so it wouldn't have mattered anyways. I have considered, though, something that could be interesting to play around with. I've considered booting up OBS on the Mac and then sharing out. I believe I can do this. Sharing out through. Well, maybe I can't. Yeah, so I don't actually know how I would do that then. Never mind. I thought maybe I can like use OBS in here to then like have the webcam connection on the Windows system capture exactly what I want, but I don't think that's how it works. Just helps with browser password manager. Yeah, I have everything over on other monitors and screens, but yeah, like nothing's stopping me from accidentally moving them over onto this screen, which would be not great. Yes, it does. It's weird the way that Mac works with that, isn't it? Oh, we're almost done. We've deployed, we've invalidated a cache, which means this should be good to go. Fitting those aspects. I know it's such a weird sort of like weird system that they set up, but it's the it's like how Mac displays it. Now I could set it to be actual like 3456 by 2234, but it would be so tiny that I couldn't possibly read anything. Talking over the compile time progress bars is a key skill. It's mostly because I'm chatting with you. Otherwise, I would just go like this and just stare awkwardly into the camera the entire time. All right, let's double check that this got updated here. Also, this is in progress. Yep, so no longer clickable outside the cards, just on the edge of the cards. So perfect. Streaming made me realize how much time I spend confused. Yeah, it's super interesting that I would want to say that maybe puzzle games are like the closest that anyone else on Twitch or live streaming can get to like show just raw like confusion type things when doing something on Twitch. But like all developers are just going to be like, there's just points of time where you're like thinking, processing, thinking. Okay, let's just chat about completely unrelated stuff. Oh, got it. Okay, going on here. You want to show that though? Yeah, that's sort of like my system too, is like showing off the raw development style, because we have a lot of senior devs that are creating videos of like highly polished, hey, here's how to do this stuff and it almost makes it look like all developers just come up with the right answer right away, especially senior developers, when like that's not necessarily true. Maybe if it's like only a complicated task, that could be true, but for complex stuff, absolutely not. All right, so you're done, you're fixed, which means we can come to you and say, close you, mark you as done. There you go. Okay, delete courses that aren't available. So we have those 2 courses that people have asked me about, and it's like, yeah, I kind of not working on them. Saw a guy create his own keyboard, and at one point he got stuck because this cargo.toml was missing a section header. Ace, very, very clever guy. Oh, ad break just started. I will take a break and then answer that afterwards, because Custard, you will probably be in the middle of ad breaks. So I will be, I'm going to go use the restroom and be, oh, you got Turbo? Nice. Well, then in that case, I can answer. Saw a guy create his own keyboard. At one point he got stuck because this cargo.toml was missing the section header. Ace, very clever guy, and the silly kind of mistake we all make. Relatable. Yeah, very much so. That's so relatable. And it's just like a normal thing to have happen. All right, I'm gonna go take a couple minutes. So see you very shortly. All right, I'm back. Look who I brought, Zilby again. So I was upstairs, and as soon as I walked upstairs, Zilby was just hanging out, waiting for me. Ran over to where we normally put his food bowl upstairs, and we have a button, and he pressed the button to ask for food. He still has food down here. I think he forgot that I didn't have food, that I moved the food down here. So I'm going to give that to him. Oh, you have a typo on your about page. Welcome to Brooks Builds. Were we? Okay, yeah, that's a good typo. We can fix that. Also here, Sylvie, eat your food. Okay, so welcome to Brooks Builds. We are constantly striving. Not here. Oh, is it the Twitch about page? Or Twitch, like the channel? Oh, the Twitch channel. Okay, I can fix that. Yeah, okay, where is that? That's under settings. Okay, welcome to Brooks Builds. Here. Oh, I was thinking I was going where we are. Yeah, okay. Saved. That should be updated now. Thank you for that, Custard. We had 2 cats, but when they passed, we didn't get more. Now we have a garden full of birds instead. That I don't let Zilby outside what is it called? I forget the word for it. Unsupervised. That's what it is. I never let Zilby out unsupervised, and so he has never eaten anything more than a bug or 2 outside, which he now knows. He's learned that when he gets his trips outside, he knows that we don't like him having the bugs. So what he tries to do is he tries to wait until we're not looking. Then he grabs the bug in his mouth and then bolts for inside and to go run and hide somewhere inside the house where he can then play with the bug, which is horrible. Because then I get to find bug parts all over the house, which is not cool. So I do my best to like try to prevent him from like mutilating any bugs. Yours rarely killed anything except our sofas. They do tend to do that. Although if I keep Zilby's claws trimmed down so they're not super sharp, he doesn't really scratch on the sofa. He likes his normal scratching posts instead for that. He has a game he likes to play. Instead of like the normal scratching, he likes to lay on his side and then pull himself along the floor like this, along the bed, along the couch, along like anything that he can get his claws on. And he loves that. They used to walk past the post and use the sofa instead. Oh, that's hilarious. In a like in that sort of like cat type way, right? Okay, delete the cores that are available. I can do this in a database. So I don't have a delete button because I only have create. I've not implemented delete. So if I want to delete these just on our own, I want to delete these 2, right? So now I have articles for this too, which I would want to delete as well. Although I don't want to delete the articles themselves. I want to delete just the course articles. So we need to go find that. Also used to sit on top of doors and fall on your head when he entered a room. That sounds hilarious. Probably mostly because I've not had that happen to me. A couple times, Zilby has asked for help to get to the top of a door. And he doesn't like to hang out there very much. Like it's like wobbly for him because, you know, and he doesn't feel it's very secure. And so he very often wants to jump down and he's scared about the jump. So he wants us to be there to jump on our shoulder to get back down again. So he's not very good at, he's can jump to that height. Like I'm very sure he could jump up there, but he tends not to have confidence in his jumping skill if it's like over 6-7 feet. But I've seen him do it when he really wants to. Okay, so I'm going to start. Okay, so it's not article content. I want that. Not a course tag. I'm not going to start with the courses. Course articles. Okay, so we have to figure out which course this is. So and let's go ahead and we'll do that here. Okay, so delete this where the course ID is equal to Drago. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? And also, my volume is way down. I couldn't hear that. But how did you stream today? What were you working on? Then the courses too. Oh, and then if anybody owns this course, which nobody does, but I should just clean up that too. So user courses as well. And Twisted Seed, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, this should delete all of them together. So if I do this, okay, so no user course are deleted, but one LMS course and one article is in there. And so if we come back to you and I hit refresh, now we only have that one course. So that's good. So I'm going to take this query, put it over here in production Hasura. And we are going to okay, now I need to know the other IDs. Okay, so you're gone. And then this one is the other one. Okay, so now if we come here, hit refresh, those two are gone. We have no live courses. planned yet. So I kind of want to remove the live courses section. But when I get around to it, I might, yeah, I'm gonna add in an issue. Probably in here. So don't display live courses section if there aren't any live courses. Which I wonder, we should just do now. Let's just do this. So actually this then does get converted to an issue in the LMS. Yeah, the website is coming together. It's nice. Zilby, I heard you meowing upstairs. What's up? Are you lonely? Want to come up here? All right, we're in a cat stream now. Hey. Hey, Zilby. Okay, that's much nicer. Time to take a break. I know. I took a break not very long ago. But all right. Well, Zilby wants to be the start of the show now. All right. Well, I lose an arm to hold Zilby. So this will be interesting. Okay, so we have two courses and how much development can I do with one hand? So that section I believe is gonna be on that page. So oh, the efficiency is going more than 50% down. Okay, so I want pages. It's not home, it's courses. Okay, so I want this card list, but only if live courses has something in it. So we need to do an if statement for this, I think. It's also super hard to concentrate when you have a cat in your arms, and he's slow blinking at you. JH, hello. Wouldn't be a cat stream without the mandatory look at my butt. I know, exactly. It's too bad he's not a super loud purr, so I can't. It's like really hard for me to like show you, like put him up to the microphone. Otherwise, I would totally do that. Okay, so I want this card list to be in here. Are you okay? You want to be on this arm now? Are you done? Okay, we're back to full capacity again. Okay, so I want to do if because I do the card list no matter what, so it's just an if statement, right? So if live courses so if that's greater than 0, then I want to return and we're going to throw U in here. Else, we're going to just do an HTML of nothing. And I think that'll work just fine. And so if I have no live courses, now I only have featured courses here. So perfect. No errors. Okay, so Zilby went out of the room too. He's basically like, "Hey, I want a hug." He comes up, gets his hug, and then is like, "Okay, I'm done. Peace out. See ya. I'm gonna go watch TV." Let's see. We should figure out. I think at one point in time I had tried to figure out something we can do for fun while we're waiting for these things to happen. There's some. I don't have any of the games working right now. Oh no, Clippy didn't work. What did I do? Oh, okay, there it is. Oh, is empty. Okay, so I want to use is empty instead of dot length is greater than 0. Okay. I think it's is empty like that, right? The big negative about you is in the HTML macro, I don't really get good auto completion for anything. It's not great. Okay, so run you. Let's try this again. All right, hopefully this should work. We can get that deployed, verify that that's working, and then we'll mark that card as complete. And another ticket done. And I guess now we get that awkward stare for like a couple minutes. You're staring back. Okay, we'll just awkwardly stare at each other. Is that what you all do with your teams? Just awkwardly stare. Usually, when GitHub release. Yeah. Usually when I'm on teams and let's see, removed. Okay, now that I got that, I can do this. Okay, so yeah, usually whenever I'm like on a team and we're waiting for these type of things to work, that's the time when we're just sort of chatting about each other's lives, asking how things are going. Maybe we watch some like funny videos on YouTube. That's, you know, time to go take the break. Things like that. You used GitHub. Yeah, the GitHub CLI is really nice. I really like it a lot. You practiced soldering yesterday. First time about 30 years. I have, yeah, I want to say it's been a good 30 years or so since I've ever soldered. And I've never really done it. I've never really done like any real soldering. I think I did like some soldering for very like helping my dad do some basic soldering stuff a long time ago. Oh, you started an Arduino project. Nice. Yeah, I did. I've never graduated to soldering with IoT projects with like actual devices. I just like stuck everything in a breadboard and just like taped the breadboard to like the back of the thing because it was just a prototype. The breadboard connections cause you so much pain. Yeah, I can see that. Like there was a lot of times where it was like, okay, it disconnected because I bumped it a little bit. It's like, oops. Okay, you couldn't figure out if it wasn't working or the connection was duff. Yeah, that's a problem. Applying 30-year-old knowledge had you scratching your head a lot. Yeah. I can definitely see that's where it's like, okay, let's pull out the soldering. Sanbika, hello. How are you doing today? You have a question. You're new to programming and you would like to be able to make websites, apps, and various games. What language should you start with? Python or C#? If it's between those two, I mean, it's which one do you want to start with? I guess maybe I can ask you some like follow-up questions. Do you want to also go for getting a job? Like, is it more than you just want to make some like websites? Is there other stuff you want to do? Like, okay, you said various games. Is that games on web games, or are you talking about like Unity games? Like the Unity game engine? You'd like to get a job and get, okay, yeah. So if you want to program in Unity, then C# is the way to go, because Unity, C# is the language. With Unreal, C++ is the language. And I wouldn't recommend that you start with C++ unless you have like a mentor who can walk you through a lot of things, or you're taking classes. It's pretty rough to go straight into C++ as like a first language without some kind of support system. And like I wouldn't count like YouTube videos as like a support system. Those are just like your learning references. Scratch style programming. I've never done anything in Unreal. I've done a little tiny bit in Unity in the past. And then not much, like nothing in Unreal. I think maybe I installed it one time on one computer and that was it. But I don't think I actually like ever opened it up. It's very interesting. I'm very old school in my programming. Visual languages break my brain. Like they're very hard for me to understand what's going on, but I think that's mostly because I'm so used to like text, like actually just word-based languages. But anyways, Sambika, does that help? I would start with that, and then also, if you want, before you even jump into Unity, if you did Python, for example, there's a framework called Pygame, which you could then use to make games with. And there's plenty, like there's tons in the ecosystem to help you go with. And Python has like so much in the ways of getting started, like tutorials, getting easy to use frameworks, hard to use frameworks, but you can do even more with. There's tons of stuff that you can do with that. So if it was between those two, would you be able to land a job with C++? Yes, but I always try to like put any kind of like asterisk nest that, right? Because you can get a job with any of like the skills. The real like question that you have to answer is going to be, are there any companies in your area that need programmers with those skills? Because if you learn C++, let's say, and then all the companies nearby you, they want Python developers, then no, you're not gonna be able to get a job. But if it's the other way around and you learn Python and they all want C++, then that's also like, it's gonna be a lot tougher to get a job. They're gonna want people who are, especially if you're new to programming, who like at least know the stack a little bit. Python is very popular for learners and is a good language for getting work. It gets used in some very serious places. Very true. Python is really big in the systems administration space too. Lots of scripting for automation of tasks, and not a terrible place to sort of like get into it. A lot of DevOps tools too, which is sort of a developer adjacent type things. Danny, hello. How are you doing today? You're having trouble with implementing Tailwind in the dev of a U web app in a way that isn't slow or forces constant slow rebuilds. Yeah, I hear you. What I ended up doing with a basic Tailwind, so I didn't use it for real. So keep all this with a grain of salt. With the Tailwind sort of like basic hello world, like can I get an integrated system that I did, was just using Tailwind its own CLI to like build into like the CSS and then letting Trunk take it from there. But yeah, it's gonna be slow rebuilds because that's you. Like the problem is that's not Tailwind anymore. That's just you being slow, which is an unfortunate. You're working with data engineers, scientists, and it's massive there. Oh yeah, it's huge. So Python is absolutely huge in a data science world and the AI world too. Although we'll see, like within the next 5 years, that may or may not change. We'll see. Doing that too, but it's still giga slow. Yeah, I know. It's super slow. It's the problem with the Rust ecosystem, right? Like the Rust compiler, they made so many improvements to make Rust faster, but that doesn't mean that they've made it like fast enough. Like especially if you compare it to like any of the JavaScript rebuild tools, those are insanely fast. Python does automation. Yeah, so Python is huge in automation. You can you can pretty much automate anything you want with Python. And there's tons of YouTube videos of people automating all sorts of stuff in Python all over, all over the house. And it's a scripting language, which means that it just runs. You don't have to pre-compile it, although you could. So therefore, it's fast to write, test, get going, and then usually scripting type stuff, it's small. So you just let it go. And there's, if you get like a Raspberry Pi, you could write Python, put that in a Raspberry Pi, and have it do things for you. So there's a lot of like automation type tasks that people do with Python. Is that other chat window Discord? No, this chat window up here is YouTube. So I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now. So YouTube and Twitch. I do have Discord up on my left window, but nobody ever says hi on there to me during stream. So I don't have to play around with it. The irony of every JS front end being done with Rust in terms of frameworks. I know, isn't it? It's like super fast because they built the compilers with Rust, but then the Rust, like the writing with Rust is slow because compiled with Rust. Ansible uses Python. True, yeah. So the DevOps community is heavy on Python too, like really heavy on Python. JavaScript doesn't have integers, swings, and roundabouts. What are you talking about? JavaScript has numbers. Numbers can be integers, right? I mean, sure, they can be everything, right? Let's see. Lloyd, hello. How are you doing? Thanks again for the raid yesterday. Oh, awesome. Yeah, no problem whatsoever. And how is the Lambda functions? Were you able to get it working? Have I found anything similar to Storybook with React, Rust, and Vue? No. I wish I had. I looked for it. I couldn't find one. I wish I could find one. That would be so amazing. But I could see that it would be so much harder to do because of the type system. Ooh, you're okay. If you make it, share it with me. I will use that. That's a necessary thing. Let's see. MicroPython is awesome for embedded. Yeah, there's so much Python in embedded, which is so surprising because a lot of people like complain about Python being slow, but Python, like if embedded it works, then just go for it, right? If Python does automation, then I'm sold on the language. What are some good learning resources? Right now I'm using this book I bought on my Kindle for 99 cents. Let's see. What's a good learning resource for Python? Back when I first learned Python, I learned it with two things. First, I tried, I took a course. I took a course from a local university and learned it that way. And then immediately after that, I went through, or before that I had tried and failed, and then I went through it again later. Learn Python the hard way. Does it still exist? Newly updated for Python 3. Yeah, when was this? Wait. Does this cost money now? It was free when I took it. Oh, it was free. I guess it's not free anymore. Looks like it's $30 now. Anyways, I did this like, I don't know, back when it was Python 2 still. So anyways, heads up, I don't know if it's good anymore, but that is a website that I had looked at in the past a long time ago. So that might be a good one. Also, oh no, Twisted Seed. Oh, learnpython.org. I mean, this probably is pretty good. mean, this has a bunch of stuff in it. This all looks perfectly fine. So here, let me share this one down too. Okay, let's see. I missed a bunch of stuff. So, oh yeah, custard. The 1.00001. Yeah. Fun. The fun fact of having W3C floats as your number type and the only number type. You did some scaffolding and a deployment with Sam, but you haven't written much business logic yet, which is going to be good content for the next stream. Nice. Let's see. Oh, so okay, so search for Cosmic Python. Great book you can read for free, and it's about learning DDD best practices with Python. That stands for domain-driven design, which is, I'm a big fan of domain-driven design. You generally, for like any sites that are like teaching you this type of stuff, you don't ever need to read the book domain-driven design. In fact, like all the people that I know who have read the book basically say it's one of the driest books they've ever read, and about like the source of where all this stuff came from. You like cargo lambda? Yeah, I did. We did a lambda function in cargo and Rust experiment before, and what we ended up doing, we didn't use like anything. We did it completely raw on our own. We created our own runtime and then deployed that out, and it was actually really interesting and fun to do. You create a Yeoman template that includes building lambdas in Rust with Terraform. Oh, interesting. Also, Skimmus, hello. How are you doing today? I mean, just the official documentation tutorial is good enough to get started. That's how you learned Python back in 2015. I can't remember. I have a bunch of links that are blacklisted. No, sorry. Every link is blacklisted. I have a bunch of links that are whitelisted, and so if it's a domain to one of those, it'll be fine. However, I don't block any links in Discord, so if you want to share it there, you can do that. Otherwise, share it here, and then I will see it be blocked, and then I can check it out and put it in there. Or you could just put it into YouTube. That works too. What? Is that your username? What? How would I pronounce an emoji? Like, hello winky face. How are you doing today? You're trying your best to you're trying my best. It's so hard. I've only been programming in Rust for a year. Have actually used your videos and streams for some of the Rust stuff. Nice. I'm glad that it's helpful. And Nikolax, hello. How are you doing today? Yeah, so go ahead and let me... Here's what I can try. Let me try this. I will temporarily disable link disabling. All right, go ahead and share the link now. And it should be fine. And if we get bad links again, I will turn it back on quickly. Cosmic Python. Yeah, that's what you're mentioning. Here, and I can... Oh, come on, don't select everything. Oh, okay, cool. that's where it goes. So anyways, this is for there. Okay, and at Amazon, I don't think I'm logged into Amazon, right? Of course. No. I'm not gonna type that in. But I will Copy. Amazon link should be fine. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I haven't ever looked at any of these type of books before. But I mean, most of them should be fine, right? Like the worst case example is that it doesn't work at all and you have to just try another resource. All right. So we deployed, our system deployed, and that was live courses. So if I hit refresh, how it's going to make live courses go away. Wasn't that the entire point of my deployment? It was. Is that the same one? I think so. Yeah. All right. So apparently I completely failed with that. So that's cool. What I had wanted to do was in the course. No, it wasn't even that one. It was just in the LMS, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. So we had if live courses is empty. So wait, are you not empty? Were you not empty? Oh, no, reference. Nope. Reference. Okay. You're like that. Except you're two of them. There we go. Okay. Oh, JSCast can't be done for everything there. That makes sense. Okay, so stop it. Go away. We can console log the length of this. That works. Okay. So if we come back to here, I should, okay, there's our length. Length is 0. Now, I'm really kind of surprised that this didn't work. Do I have something else like for a title for live courses? Because, okay, yeah, we have card data live courses. Then the courses. Live courses. Live courses. Oh, I reversed the friggin' logic. I want to do this. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay, silly me. Okay, no warnings. Now I have to do the deploy again. So, okay, commit, this is actually removing live courses, title. Okay, so now we get to do that entire thing again. More time to chat with all of you. Is U 0.21.0 broken for everyone? I have not updated this to 0.21 yet, so I don't know. I did try 0.21 in a different app where I did a Twitter X clone, and it seemed to be fine for me, but I didn't really do anything super advanced. So I don't think so. At least so it wasn't broken for me in that app, but I haven't updated it here yet. Okay, let's see what I missed. All right, so we got the book. After doing lambdas in Python for the past few years, compiling them into Rust was a dream. I can imagine that. Like having the strong type system, that's always really nice. Wait, I need to do a new. All right, now we get to watch this again. Okay, in Python, you can deploy a program that's broken. Rust, not so much. Yeah, it's for those of you who don't really know how Python works, when we say that it's a scripting language, what we're really trying to say is that it runs like it runs when we tell it to run. So basically you'd say like, hey, Python, name this script, and it starts running line by line from top to bottom. So if you have an error or like some kind of bug that's like really far down, it will get all the lines down until it hits that one, and then it crashes. In Rust, if you have some kind of like simple error or other problem that would be caught by the compiler, then it's going to catch that when you try to compile it, not when you try to run it. So one of the reasons why Rust takes so much longer to compile is because it tests for all those things ahead of time. A lot of other compile languages does the same thing. Rust tends to check a little bit more things than the other languages. Hence also why they're so much slower than many other compilers. Oh yeah, I totally agree with that, but there's a bit of learning curve with Rust, especially with async, and that could be frustrating at times. Oh yeah, definitely. I fully agree with that. At this point in time, I've just sort of agreed to just go along with the Tokyo ecosystem because it's just, they've made it really easy to get into and do. You don't have to like worry about anything. It just works. And there can be an argument about like whether or not that's good for the ecosystem to like have just like sort of one major library or framework that everybody's using for async await, but it works. Rust compiler messages can be painful, especially when they reference generics. Yeah, the compiler messages are really good until you get to more advanced stuff, and then they're doing their best is probably the best way to put it. When you release something, it works like a charm 99% of the times, which totally justifies all the pain. Yeah, at that point, all we have is logic errors, right? It's like, ooh, I totally forgot to tell it to do that thing, and it totally worked just fine. It moves the pain up front. Yes. Hello, Stacking. How are you doing today? In Python, I had to have an incredibly strong test coverage to achieve what Rust does by hitting compile. I agree with that. I was chatting with one of my friends and mentors, and we got into a conversation about test coverage and what testing we need to do now. And my argument is that I feel the need to do less testing in a strongly typed language like Rust, and like maybe a little bit more testing in a typed language like TypeScript, and then a heck of a lot more testing in JavaScript. And he agreed. He used to be like big on like test everything, the heck out of everything, but now it's like, okay, let's use all of the type systems features and let the compiler catch all those errors. If it doesn't compile, that is a test, right? Like that is part of the testing essentially. So instead of just redoing exactly the same thing that the compiler is doing, why bother? What amazes me about Rust is not the memory type safety though. What they've done and achieved with their enums is just amazing. I do like the enums in Rust. They are really nice. It did take a little bit of time for me to internalize and sort of like understand exactly what was going on. But once you get there, it's so good. No more exceptions or no reference errors thanks to enums. I mean, now we can have you unwrapped on this code. And it's like, wait, did I? I don't remember if I unwrapped or panicked. Okay, let me go check that. Yes, I love enums to the point that I try to re-implement them in TypeScript. A disaster. I did that too. I didn't try to re-implement enums. I try to re-implement options in TypeScript on my own without using any libraries to do it. And that was interesting. And I showed it to my team lead at the time when I had done it. And now he was big into functional programming. So he was super into it. He's like, this is amazing. This is awesome. I love it. But it was like, okay, you have to like instantiate this class and use this thing and all these methods on it. It was doing all these checkings. It was like, yeah, nobody else wanted to use it. The thing that I can't untrain myself from is polymorphism. You can still use some polymorph type things. Unless I'm mixing up polymorphism with one of the other ones, which I constantly forget the names of the 4 pillars of OO. Polymorphism is updating and changing the implementation, or no, it's adding like new functions after you inherit. It's not an inheritance itself. It's something with inheritance, right? Saying you never use GitHub to create releases just because I thought it wouldn't auto-generate the description. Oh yeah, it allows you to like make all those choices. It's really awesome. I like it a lot. But again, enums help out there. Yeah. Because a compiler doesn't catch logic errors. Yeah, that's true. Compiler, like, it is funny to like deploy something. What's actually the number one thing I keep on seeing people talk about with Rust is, oh, it protects us from memory leaks. And it's like, that's the only memory thing that it doesn't protect you from, because a memory leak is going to be a runtime problem. And it's like, it's your choice. Like, you can choose to have a memory leak. Maybe it's something that you want to have. Like, maybe you need to keep a hold of that memory for some reason. And it won't stop you from that. It just assumes that you know what you're doing. Okay, polymorphism is referencing a subclass by a superclass. Okay, yeah, so that would be part of the inheritance where you're then referencing going to super to like get up, right? To get to the parent and run its stuff instead. No, it's the other way around. It's running, it's assuming that the child will have something new and like running that. And yeah, I can see that getting a little bit weird. I'm working on a short from a video a while back in January, stream we did in January, and I had said that, and I still believe this is true. Rust is very similar to, it's close. It's like a functional adjacent, but it doesn't feel like functional adjacent. It kind of feels like oh, ad break just started. I didn't even see that going because I didn't have my my Twitch dashboard up. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, so in Rust we end up doing a lot of functional adjacent programming, but it doesn't feel functional. That's actually one of the magical things that I think Rust has given the programming world is tricking developers into being more functional without realizing that they're being functional. And in fact, in some cases, it feels like you're just doing object-oriented programming without inheritance. And kind of like, if you do that, but then you also add in enums, you also add in iterators, you add in other things, you're kind of now like decently towards functional programming. Isn't there an explicit way to leak memory? Yes, there is. And with that leak, yeah. You found that the longer you're doing OO, the shallower my inheritance trees were. Yeah, it's funny how dangerous those things can get. There we go. It is now gone. We are finally done with this feature. So having structs and traits suits you just fine. Yeah, I mean, I think once we get used to it, it feels really powerful. And it's to the point where when I'm in object-oriented languages, I sometimes forget to even do inheritance, even when it would be something that like makes things so much simpler. The first chapter of the Rust book even says the compiler is not there for logic error. It won't catch op1 or reverse logic. I mean, not like I just showed you that. It can eliminate classes of errors. Absolutely, it does. The struct method syntax is so good for function discovery. The biggest challenge I faced with Julia, which is also a functional language, is I couldn't figure out which functions may or may not be defined for the type you're using. Okay, next thing. Update syntax highlighting library for new course. Yes, this is a big one. So, who had said this? Overlay did. All right, so we are using... Okay, so if we go into our Docker course and everything's private, I need to log in to Onus again. Okay, so if we take a look at some of these, like here, that, we're not getting any color suggestions from Bash or Docker or other things. And I believe that Overlaid had written a script for us, which it was a while ago. And I forget what it was, and it basically looked through everything and grabbed what we wanted to do from the articles, which actually I think that might have been in... Yeah, get code types. So if I copy get code types into Docker course articles, I should put this into a Docker image, and then I can just run this wherever I want as a command. That would probably work. Okay, so let's run get to code types, and it tells me, okay, these are the types that I now need to add in. And we're using, what are we using? Prism. We're using Prism for this. And I actually have the Prism in YCL. So I just need to update it here. And you can see, okay, I have my themes. And so I need to update you to have like all the things that I want. So we need to go find Prism. We're gonna download. Minified is fine. I wonder if I want dark. I think default for right now is fine. But then language. Okay, so the languages that I have. So the previous ones that I had was well, actually we can see everything in here. I can also run... Okay, so bash. Okay, there's bash, which also gives me plus shell plus shell. Okay, that's good. JSON. Huh, so we have JSON plus web app manifest and then JSON 5. I think it would be that one. Oh, they're the same. Okay, never mind. Markdown. Rust. Shell. I don't think there's like another one for just shell. Shell session, but I think this will be it. SQL. Text. I don't think we have one for just text. I think plain text is fine. TOML. Is there a special ZSH one? No. Hopefully that'll just be shell. Docker file. JSON, SH, TOML, and then YAML. Okay, that should be it for everything. I don't know about... I mean, this could be interesting to do plugins eventually. All right, so this is everything. So if I want... Wait, is this... Yeah, this is all my stuff. It's been updated here. So I can just... All... Okay. Oh, it's the CSS that I need it. Wait, does it need both? Oh yeah, it needs both. So if I open up Prism.js, I really can I just copy and paste you? So there's our JS. And then our CSS. Like that. We'll come over to here. We will... Let's re-enable you. Over here, I need a new course. We're going to create an article. So testing Docker. Okay, so we'll just do Docker, like from Ubuntu latest, run apt get update, and I don't know, command echo hello. So if I do that, create the article, courses, yeah, we have color now in here. So whereas before we did not. So that's awesome. It doesn't catch anything, but a compiler can catch a call to foo -1. Yeah, that's true. Although if you pass in a variable with a -1 into it, it may not catch that. Unless that it actually is a U32 or something. But Yeah, I guess that's usize. You just don't want people to believe the compiler is so it's all amazing, but you still have logic errors. That's a runtime problem. Yeah, I think the important thing is to sort of like realize what we want it to be. Oh, change Helix theme. We can do that. It feels a little bit, the background's a little bit more washed out, but it's still very readable. Is this a theme you use? I can't remember what your code looked like, because I didn't stay too long when we read it. But this looks pretty good. All right, I want to. Okay, you're all open. I'm gonna keep this open so I don't lose the theme. So we're gonna do a new window here. Oh, nope, I can't do that yet. I have to update you. Sure, we'll do the same thing here. All right, and deploy again. And I'm finally done with this, so you can all no longer have to worry about me drinking used paint. Shiki.js just released V1. What's Shiki.js? I've never heard of that. Is it a framework? Oh, it's a highlighter. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I just was using Prism because I heard some other people using it and it seemed pretty good. We can definitely. I'll add it to my list of things to check out. So Shiki JS highlighter for code. Oh, is it just for JavaScript, not for other languages? Oh no. Okay, yeah, that won't work for me. No. Look at this. It has all these languages. So here, let Yeah, so it can highlight Rust. And it can do different themes like this. Lots of themes. Including Night Owl. Nice. IU Dark is the best for you? Ooh, interesting. That's nice. Okay, how are you doing? Okay, you're done with that. Now it's our release time again. Now, is this a major update? Not really. I would say it's still a pretty minor update because there's no like changes that anybody needs to do for it. So this is updated. Okay, so the release is updated YCL updated to latest YCL. And this gets us new syntax highlighting. Okay, almost done. So one of the projects I've been having in my mind to do, which I think would be really fun, is a stack chooser. So basically it would be something that keeps track of all the possible technologies that would go into your stack. And oftentimes we only put in specific stack parts, like parts of the stack. So we're like, okay, the lamp stack, for example. That's a classic old one. Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. But there's so many other like parts of the technology stack that we're using, and we're only choosing them because we can make them into fun little words. And so I had this idea. What if we created a system that tracked all the different technologies that we can use for everything? And then it can either randomly choose it or like we select them. And then it comes up with like the nice word that we're going to use. And maybe it can try to find a word or a sentence to describe it. Because it's things like, okay, we're using the Helix. I'm using the Alacrity terminal, the Helix editor. We're using Docker. We're using Postgres. We're using all these different things. We have all these libraries and everything else, and maybe we can have like, you know, we have like 55 letters in our stack, and then it was like, okay, can we like choose what that is, what we're gonna do with that? And that would be a lot of fun, I think, to sort of track around and like see what the actual like what the complexity is when choosing technology to run in a project, because it's often a lot more than just saying, oh, we're gonna run the what's a more modern one with like, okay, we have Node React so it's like what, the Narn or something like that, NARM, the Marn stack. The Mongo. Yeah, I can't remember some of the more recent ones. The mean stack was like a big one for a while. Some students, when I was teaching them, they switched over. They're like, okay, we taught them. We purposely didn't teach them Mongo. But then they heard about the mean stack, and they're like, okay, well, you're teaching us Postgres, so I'm gonna call it the peen stack. And we are just like, please don't put that on your resume. Do not say peen stack in an interview. That's not gonna work for anybody. All right, almost done our deploy. We've done like what, 4 deploys today? Out of curiosity, how many of you keep track of, or like know the number of deploys that like your companies or wherever you're working, for yourself or for like anybody else can do, like on average? Or do you know how long it takes to deploy? Like after you decide, okay, we're ready to deploy something? Ved, hello. How are you doing today? Can I recommend any good projects for a beginner? The projects that I would assign to beginner students, my favorite one is like a really basic version of a Reddit clone or a Twitter clone. And if you've seen the video that I did where I created an X Twitter clone in Axum and U, it'd be something like that, which is you don't want to like actually recreate all of the features of it. You want to create just like you want to use it as an excuse to like create something. So some application that can take in a like a block of text, like some text, and it can display it on the page. It can display them orders. Maybe you can reorder them or not. You can upvote them, and then you can leave comments on them. And if you really think about that, that's very similar to like blogging, like a blog. But blogs aren't really as cool and fun. And so like basically telling people, oh, it's a Reddit clone is a lot more, people enjoy that a lot more. So for a very beginner, that's like what I would recommend, because that hits some of the most complicated some of the most complex parts of building applications. Like you need to use a database, you need to style it to make it look good, you need interactions between a user and the application. If you use comments that can leave on comments, you need many-to-many relationship in said database. So it hits all the things to like get you going with like more complex applications. Now, after you're able to do that, then it gets a little bit more interesting, because at that point in time, I can't really recommend any specific projects. What I can do is recommend a system that I have for finding projects. In that case, what I generally do is just like pay attention to the world around us. And whenever we feel like any problems, any pain, then we're like, oh, hey, maybe I can do something. Maybe I can fix that. And if it's a software project, then there you go. Maybe you can fix that. And you can write code to like make it better. And sometimes that might be making an extension for your browser to make a website a little bit better. Sometimes it could be like a mod for a game. But sometimes it could be like actually just rebuilding somebody else's project, but with a twist that is more unique to how you want to use it. And so what you could do is then look at all those projects and then choose one that like you feel you can tackle. So those are two sort of like one method to come up with projects and one actual project. Does that answer your question, Ved? Okay, you're currently making an interpreter in Golang. Yeah, that sounds a little bit more advanced than like a Reddit clone. So I can definitely see that. I don't see anything like the Docker. I don't see that changing here. Now, did you update? Oh, this didn't bring in the comments, so I can't see the comments. It just has those, which are too bad. How about the JavaScript? Markup CSS, C-like, JavaScript, Rust. Okay, yeah, this didn't update. Did I forget to rebuild the thing? I think I forgot to rebuild the thing. I need to just come into one of these applications here, write it, this will rebuild. Yeah, I copied over all the functions. So this is something with Docker. Let's see. Yeah, okay, this is showing very different color than I have there. So, okay, I probably need to... No, you're up to date. I would have expected something new. Yeah, I don't see any color coming in here with that. I did update to use the most recent version of Vue. And that's correct. That is the correct version, right? 29 dB. 29 dB. Okay. We have Vue. That should work. Or I guess it should have worked. I would imagine that it should have worked. I should get the correct color thing there. Yeah, none of these are properly... Okay, first of all, you're working, right? Yeah, so I'm getting proper rust coloring. So that works. We go into you. Yeah, nothing, absolutely nothing. It's just all... Let's... Yeah, okay, so you're off. Why didn't that pull in? Or rather, why does that work locally but not deployed? So over here, this is working. Oh, maybe, wait, are you working because of this? No? Okay, so even when you're off like that, you work just fine. When we take a look at the prism, yeah, okay, so we can see Markdown, Rust, SQL, TOML, and all that stuff. That's good. I did push you up, right? Yeah, I did do a git push. I did save it and git push you up. Okay. You're set to use that. There's nothing to change here. I did create a new release for it, so it did actually deploy to production. When I deploy, one of the things that it does is I invalidate the cache, so that way it just immediately should be available. Feels odd. Yeah, none of these have. Yeah, they should have something. Okay, do I have an error? No errors in the console. I'm not getting anything errors from Prism. What if I... Okay, disable the cache. Mo, hello. How are you doing today? No, okay, so disable cache didn't work either. Well, that's not great. We're working on an LMS project that I have. It's a learning management system where I'm creating and deploying courses which people can buy. I have a new course that's ready, like close to ready. We're going through beta testing with it, and I'm working on fixes for the LMS itself and the course a little bit to make it better and like actually ready to sell. And right now I'm trying to get the syntax highlighting to work properly, but it's not working the way I want to. Let's see what TUI am I using. So let's see. All like the window manager that I'm using is something called Zellige, and then I guess a TUI manager. So I'm using Zellige for this. That's Zellij, which actually you can see right here. It is pretty cool. I like it a lot. I wonder if I need to just redeploy this. That feels weird though. Can I rerun the deployment one? I wonder if that would do it. GitHub run rerun. Oh, well, these are rerunning failed ones, but this wasn't a failed one. Okay, so on the release, I want to run this one, and so here's the job ID. So I want to do GitHub run rerun that job. Rerun a specific job from a run, including dependencies. Oh, I don't need the -j. I can just do that. Okay, so I can see whether or not, so when it rebuilds in the CI/CD, it recompiles everything. It does like a trunk build, and that should pull in everything from, and I guess it also pulls in the URL. It pulls in the YCL, like whatever the latest is from there. So like since this says that it's been deployed, that should be fine. All right, well, we can watch this again and see if it works this time. If it doesn't work, we can switch to actually pulling Prism from the, we can switch to pull, I wonder if I need to give it like a new name. But that should still be fine. Let's see. Is there anything other weird stuff? So I have, yeah, we just have Prism JS and Prism CSS, and we did update these, right? Yeah, you do have all the new ones. So markup, bash, docker, JSON, JSON 5, markdown, Rust. Okay, yes, it has all the new stuff. And you have the new stuff here too. There's no updates, and we did a git push. And we updated the cargo toml here to look at the new one. And we push that too. Yeah, we're up to date here as well. And yeah, we are on the latest we're on the latest YCL. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. I wonder if I wonder if it's a cache issue. Okay, so I'm using CloudFront, so AWS CloudFront, and I've set the cache to be like cache forever, for as long as it possibly can, every single file. And then whenever I do a release, I bust the cache with a AWS command. And now, so they charge for that, but they give you the first, like, I don't know, like 500 per month for free. And I've never come close to being charged for the, for them. So, but I bet because I didn't change the name of the file, I bet that's what it is. So I need to bust not just the cache of I'm only invalidating index.html. I think I need to invalidate all the JavaScript and CSS too. Or at least those two ones. That's probably what I need to do. That's probably exactly what the problem is. So I need to look at this command and see how the paths work. Wait, do you not have paths? Oh, paths right there. Okay. Path structure, a complex type that contains information about the objects you want to invalidate. Items is a list, a complex type. Okay. You didn't help at all. Oh, shorthand syntax. Okay. I can do paths equals. Oh. Path string. The space separated paths to be invalidated. Note, invalidation patch and paths are mutually exclusive. Okay, so it's a space separated paths to be invalidated. And you're not going to find anything in there. Okay, so we have... Where did you put it? Oh, is it hidden so I can't see it? Okay, yeah, so in dist we have... All right, so I'm just doing index.html. So in index.html, there is a JS. And then I want to prism.js. I see this. No, okay, that's right. I only see a prism.js. Where's the CSS? I see this prism CSS, but that's not going to be the same. Is it just prism.js? That's probably what it is. I just need to do prism.js. So it's js/prism.js. So it's going to be js/prism.js. All right, so we are going to commit and send updating CI/CD to also bust cache for now. Something that might be nice to look at. I think it's okay. It's just because we're copying over. So we're just copying over the file with trunk as opposed to the CSS where we just say like, hey, actually pull in CSS and pull that in. That's the reason why it's updating the file name for the CSS. And then when the file name gets updated, the cache gets updated for that. Okay, now we get to go through this fun thing again. Yeah, so apparently this one I'm not hashing the file names, which I bet there's something we can do with trunk for that. No, that's not the same thing. Oh yeah, so this is the problem. I could inline it. Yeah, no hashing is performed. Okay, so that's our problem here. There's no hashing performed in copy file, and there's no like CSS. It hashes and pull this in, but it does not do that. There's nothing for JavaScript for that. So that's our problem. That's the reason why this is the only thing I need to do that for. Clearing cache for there are two hard problems in computing: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one errors. Yeah, that's it. It's one of those things where it's not that. How hard can it really be? And then it's like, oh, actually, it actually can be pretty hard. All right, we have another ad break starting around 3 minutes or so. I'll probably actually take this one as a break since we worked through the last one. Which, since we're doing a deploy right now, you know what? I'm just going to start that ad break early and take the break now. So I'll click the button. Ad break should start any second now, and I will be back very shortly. So see you in a few minutes. Almost done with our deploy. Is that install prerequisites? Like all the installing things for Rust, especially doing that. Like it's in release mode for the production, which is it slows down the compile so much. And of course, this is also happening on a free GitHub Actions runner, which has a lot less resources than if I were to like pay money to have my own runner. Like sometimes I feel like maybe I just want to do that. Maybe I just want to like set up a computer around here and set up a custom runner for it, and it could run so much faster. Used to use EC2 instances for builds. Yeah, at the place that I work at, I set up a custom GitHub runner on an EC2 instance. It's running out of disk space though, like constantly, which I used too cheap of an instance, I think, or I need to set up something for it to like run and not just immediately fill up all the disk space, which kind of sucks. What do you use now though? Because like used to. So did you switch away from it? Oh, you changed jobs. That would do it. GitHub Actions is so nice because it's just free and it works. I used to before GitHub Actions, I would use CodeShip or Circle CI. One of those two, and they're both pretty good. Your CI was too complex. Was it were you using like a custom one or homemade or uh like a self-hosted? The dev spent far too long optimizing something that we didn't need to do. Story of like every team, every development team, every company I've ever worked at like has had that issue either ongoing or sometime in the past that caused problems. Okay, self-hosted GitHub runners. Nice. He left because a team of 10 delivered 0 customer value in 3 months. Ouch. And yet they were constantly busy. That is the result of believing that efficiency is the most important metric to follow, which is if you talk to like a business person, they always talk about like efficiency, but they rarely talk about like tracking actual values, like value added to the customer. Like, can you even track that? And you're like, no. Yeah, that sucks. That I wish I could say that that's not a like, oh yeah, that's not a common problem. That sucks. And it's like, no, that's so common. That's so common. Invalidate cache failed. Okay, so I want to actually I can look it up online. I don't think it will have anything bad information in it, but just in case, I'm going to open it up in the browser over here. Okay, clearing the cache, deploy to production. An error occurred invalid argument when calling the create invalidation operation. Your request contains one or more invalidation paths. Oh, okay. I think I understand what I did wrong. Oh, and what was the theme that we're on? It was this one. The Pushin macchiato. There are a lot of coffee-based themes. Oh, wait. Okay, Prism.js I think is fine. Yeah, so we want Prism.js. But I think what the problem was is that I'm supposed to have a quote here and a quote here. So I have two quotes like that, space-based. So I saved you. All right, so this is I don't have AWS set up, I think, on my own system, so I can't actually run this. This is going to be fixing command to invalidate cache. All right, now we get to watch this again. You were after good enough from the CI, which developers read as not good enough. I used to have to invalidate a huge API, and sadly it was all written as a SOAP doc, so I couldn't tell you how we did it. Oh, it's a standard operating procedure document, so I couldn't tell you how we did. Oh no. I think we were just lazily invalidating standard operating procedure. Yeah. So often I'm big on what is it called? It's basically choosing like what to optimize as it becomes a problem. So it's like, okay, we have an issue here. Okay, I'll figure out what exactly that is and then do that. No need to like pre-optimize ever. There's no reason. Get out these. Let's create that. Okay, this time everything should work the way we expect it to. I remember I was working with one developer. He told us a story how he had the app was acting slow, but instead of like trying to get data to figure out where the problem was. Oh, that wasn't the right one to watch. that one. Instead of actually trying to find like data to track like what the problem was, he looked through the code and found where he was doing like a big for loop around stuff, and it's like, okay, that's got to be where the problem is. Spent days rewriting the for loop to be as close to an O of 1 as possible, and got it there too. Like made it wicked fast. The problem was, after and then he went back later on and went like to a previous Git release, and then eventually with tools like, oh, let me actually take a look, like how much time savings did I actually buy with that, because the slowness persisted after all that. And he's like, oh no, what is the problem? He ended up taking something that was already really fast and making it like 0.2, like maybe like 15 milliseconds faster, 10 milliseconds faster. But there was like several things that were taking like a second or two, like several thousand milliseconds, and he was just completely ignoring them. So in this case, like I wouldn't necessarily call this one premature optimization. It's just like missed location optimization. Like thinking, oh, that's a optimization that I know I need to do optimization somewhere, but instead of using data to figure out exactly where to optimize, you just guess. And that you have to be really lucky if you're going to do a guess-based optimization. Theory of constraint says that optimization outside the bottleneck is a fallacy. Yes. Custard, have you ever read The Goal? The book The Goal? I feel like you would like it if you haven't read it. I would recommend it. It's a novel-based thing, but it really gets into theory of constraints and sort of like as a way of teaching somebody in a warehouse like how this works, or not a warehouse, a manufacturing plant. So for everybody else who doesn't like, theory constraints, bottleneck, whatever that means, we can think of it this way. In a bottleneck, if you fix a problem after the bottleneck, you have done nothing, right? Because the bottleneck is where things are slowing down. So if you speed up something after that, well, it's already slowed. You're not going to see any improvements in speed in the end result. But if you fix something before the bottleneck, you make it worse, because now you're just making more things come up and hit into the bottleneck. And so the queue of inventory is the technical term of all the stuff going into the thing that's bottlenecking gets like more backlogged. And if any of you have played a game like know this, if you have too many stuff cluttering up the inputs, things get slower. They just get slower, and it's really, really bad. So you want to make sure that you fix the bottleneck itself, the thing that's actually really is slow. Because if you guess, the best case scenario, if you guess, well, obviously the best case is that you actually get the bottleneck. The second best case is that you do nothing at all. You have no improvement. And the worst case is that you make everything worse altogether. You're going to have a go at playing Factorio following lean principles. I would imagine that it's really hard to do. But I mean, I guess maybe it might be easier to do. I feel like Factorio when you're playing, I guess maybe this is for me because I've only played a little bit of it myself. It's more like a lot of lean principles, especially in factory type stuff, are for complicated tasks. But all like software development and then like playing Factorio is all complex tasks because there's a lot of unknowns. But I guess like with Factorio, once you know it well enough, it becomes complicated because there's a lot less unknowns now. So I guess, yeah, if you know Factorio, I guess that's when we can do lean with those type of games. I do feel, however, like Factorio is probably an excellent way to sort of like teach theory of constraints. And like maybe one day I can do like a course where we like use video games to teach some of these type of like advanced what do I even call them, advanced like productivity hacks, like theories. Could be a lot of fun. The other book, Custard, that you might enjoy with a question mark in there is a book called The Phoenix Project. And the enjoy part is going to be very okay, you read it? So I have to ask the question then. How many times did you scream at some of the characters? Because I listened to the audiobook and there were several points of time that I had to pause it and just vent hard at like the characters, because it's like it was too real. It was way too real for me. Trouble is that the leadership got on board with the final fixes. Yeah. So unrealistic. Yeah, so as a really basic non-spoiler review of the book, it's a novelization of a company that is trying to digitalize and like create a big project, and they have all the problems that you've ever seen of in any big company or even any company at all, and it's causing them to basically not deploy it all. And so it's showing that the entire company, or at least the department, switches over to be able to deploy at like really fast. And there's a lot of DevOps in the mix, or like teaching DevOps principles, teaching DevOps culture. And you're right, like it is absolutely unrealistic that the company, no, there was like a bunch of there are like a bunch of plot points about like various actors who are fighting against it and trying to stop it. But you're right, like having everybody else like sort of getting into it does feel so rare, like to the point where it's a rounding error to zero. There, I've tried to implement those type of things in companies I worked at, and the farthest I've gotten is implementing it for the entire engineering department before everything, like the company, imploded. And I actually realized a really difficult lesson, that you can't fix one department. You can't just make engineering really good and really fast. It won't fix anything at all. You have to fix the entire company. 9 out of 10 times is culture problems. I would even argue it's 99 out of 100 times. You're a software contractor and you tend to parachute into burning buildings. The companies that tend to think like that technology is a fix, but 9 out of 10, yeah, I agree. I like how they came to the conclusion that IT shouldn't be a separate department, which is, I mean, that's an entire another thing. I put up video not long ago about trying to like show a little bit into like the internal minds of a lot of business people. A lot of sort of like a lot of companies, the business side actually treats and considers IT to be a cost center, which is the worst possible take in modern day companies. Absolutely worst possible take. But yet they keep on acting like it is, which is one of the reasons why companies like tend to implode and fail eventually. Okay, this deployed. Let's see if we now got proper highlighting. That's really cool. Ooh, that's really, really cool. So that's fun. What did I do? How did I manage to break it that much? I have no HTML in here. However, awesomeness is that we got the latest Prism, so that worked. None of the SHA-384 hashes in the integrity attribute match the content of the sub resource. The computed hash is that. Interesting. Why would that fail? That's so weird. How would that fail? All I did was the cache thing. Okay, let me try. Let's see. So if I wanted to, let's try undoing what we did. I could either commit undo, or we could just undo. Well, we know what we did. I wonder if this is not going to fix it because the problem is in Prism. That would be really interesting. But this is saying none of the hashes were computed properly. Okay. Well, anyways, let's verting. Yep, most problems I see started in finance when somebody said, I want to do X and need Y money, so I have to make a whole bunch of promises before they knew any facts. I wouldn't run my car like they run software projects. I pay the finance and add fuel, and while the car is delivering more benefit than it costs, I'll keep it. Well, I mean, you're discussing basically that, like, we don't want to run complicated projects in the same way that we run complex projects, which is true, right? Like if we in complicated projects, we know exactly what's going to happen. We know when it's going to happen. We can track all that stuff. It's very predictable. And therefore we can predict how much it's going to cost because it's known. Everything is known. But in complex projects, that's like the opposite of true. Now, I don't have a revert system, unfortunately, so this has to be just like a new version that we put in. There's been a few times that I've been thinking about trying to figure out videos that I can do, maybe like short videos about like business, like showing off like, okay, here's how businesses run, here's how to do business, but for like the target audience is us developers. Like, okay, for, buy it from a developer to a developer, but I've also got, I've also been in management. I've also been in some like leadership positions. I know a lot of leaders that are like in the executive positions. I can speak the language with a really heavy accent. Uh, so I can like there's probably some things that would be interesting, like, hey, why why does management sometimes not give priority to engineering but gives like a lot of priority to sales or marketing? Like, why is that? Why do they do that? Don't they know that where the product is being created? And it's super funny to like think about it, where it's like consciously they kind of do, but also at the same time not really. The number of C-level execs that I've met or like worked for in companies that don't know what the product is or how to use the product, or even like use the product at all, is astonishing. It's really shocking, and it's horrible. It's that like that point when you're like at the all hands and the CEO is talking about the product, and you realize that they've probably never even logged into it to like play around with it, and they're trying to sell it, and all they know is like the feature deck, like the PowerPoint deck that your CTO gave them. All right, well, let's see if this deploy fixes our problem. Otherwise, it'll be actual debug um, time, and I'll need to figure out what's going on with this. I would guess that it's something about the Prism file. And I might be able to switch out to grabbing it from Prism CDN instead of just having the file local to me, which would be fine. I would be okay with that. But I think after this deploy, I'm probably going to bring the stream to a close. My throat's starting to feel the talking all day, and it has been 4.5 hours, so not the longest stream that I've done. Just to my point earlier about chunking resources into my project, yeah, and I have it defined. I have it defined over in YCL, and I'm pulling it in from YCL into LMS. But it's something I was like pulling in through the HTML, which I could do as like a wrapper. No, because it's the problem. So this is the problem with single page applications. Is I could pull it in for each snippet, but that doesn't go on the top end. That doesn't work. I'm in Mountain Time Zone, so GMT -7, -6. We just switched to daylight savings time on Sunday, so it's different. We went back by an hour, so it used to be 3 p.m. or around 3 p.m. Now we're about to get to 2 p.m. Spring forward, fall back. Okay, right. We went forward. I even with the nice little nomenclature, I always get it wrong. I don't know why. Well, it's probably the dyslexia that helps me get it wrong. But it feels like I shouldn't get it wrong. Okay, you're in the UK. That means it's starting to get, it's pretty evening for you now, right? That's like 6 hours ahead of me. So like what, 8 p.m. or so? Yeah, I got good guess. Wait, did I say 6 p.m.? Okay, I was off by 2. Yeah, so the streams here, I'm working, I'm not having to work for anybody else. Oh, I did say 8? Nice. I guess like my brain is starting to get tired. So now I'm starting to forget exactly what I said literally immediately after I say it. I'm not having to work for anybody else on Monday through Wednesday. So that's why I'm able to do these longer streams. Thursday and Friday though, right now I'm working for I'm doing contract work for another company, which is fun. It's a lot of configuration stuff right now, which is, I mean, it's necessary for them to do it, but it's just one-off configuration stuff. So I'm just like a lot of click through and doing things, which is boring. You try to get a coding contract, but they want you to do architecture. Yeah. The problem is like there's not enough people that know architecture. So it happens. I could see that happening to me too. Is like just dropping into lead all the time because I have that management skill set, and like I've successfully created or helped create like 3 high performance teams in the past. So now it's like, okay, well, I'm going to do that again. Yeah, especially if you know how to talk to people. It's like requirements. Be able to be sociable. But your passion is hammering the keyboard. It's shocking how few companies have good path tracks, like career ladders for non-management. Like oftentimes so many companies are like, what do you mean? Doesn't everybody want to become a manager like me? And so they're basically like, okay, well, you got to senior level developer, you got to architect. Now at this point, you're stuck. You're never gonna get a raise again. You're gonna do that. That sucks. That's stupid. You're not any Twitch streams concerned with writing Jira tickets or Confluence documents. Yeah. I had considered doing Jira for this episode. Okay, so that didn't fix the problem, which makes me think that the problem really is the Prism thing. So if I look at our network, none of you had show a problem here. What's going on? Oh, I can't click you and don't show those. Just show the word. Will you show me the exact part of this? No. Well, okay, so it is in here, and the only change that I had made was for Prism. That's why you started the Let's See the Code, though, so you can hammer on the keyboard when your 9 to 5 doesn't let me. Yeah. It like that side projects, right? Like side projects are like, okay, sometimes we got to do it. if you're not getting it from your day job, you got to do it yourself. Okay. Here I have my script source, JS Prism, marked, bundle. Okay, so if I switch to Prism, can I get this from a CDN, or do I have to do? Why is it rendering like that? Like this stuff? Probably because I have dark mode on. Yeah, weird stuff with dark mode. Okay, let's try this where I like download your things. All right, so I'll wait, I can hash this. It's kind of stupid, but I'll just hash this manually. So download you to here. Let's take the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll take the first 7 or first 8. And we'll manually add the hash in for that, because that's a great idea, right? So you go over there and now okay, so I copy all of the JavaScript directory over, and then I have a script source Prism.js like this. Can you cache bus with query string params? I probably I would have to cache bust in here, right? To tell it to cache bust in the script source. I don't know if can I do that? I might be able to. Okay, so if I do that, and then the where's the Prism CSS? Okay, so then the CSS is over here. Yeah, and the thing is that I'm not actually seeing, is there, this is download. Does Prism really, do they have a, I don't think they have a CDN. Oh, CloudFront? Yeah, I don't remember how I've set up CloudFront for that. I don't remember at all. It's been like a year. Usage with CDNs. In combination with CDNs, we recommend using the autoloader plugin. Oh, that's okay. So this is the, I think we tried this and it didn't work for some reason. Let's try deploying this and then we can try the autoloader. Well, actually we can try that right away locally, can't we? That would be really fast. So hold on. Let's CDN, okay, so CDN, we could use CDN.js for this. So I want themes, prism. So I want basically, okay, themes, prism, CSS. So dot CSS, themes. Okay, so the default one, I think, this one. Sure, we'll copy the link tag. Okay, so this pulls in the themes prism, min CSS. It also has all that stuff. Okay, that's good. And then I want prism JS here. So, okay, we need to find an autoloader. Components, prism core. So I want to find prism core. And then we want prism autoloader. Oh yeah, sometimes it won't honor the query string. Yeah, I don't remember about that either. Okay, you don't have an autoloader. Oh, come on. There's no auto. Okay, so CDN.js doesn't have an autoloader. This is what we ran into. They didn't have an autoloader. They have auto linker. I bet the auto linker is right. Oh no, these are plugins. Oh no, plugins auto loader. Oh, okay. Plugins auto loader, auto linker, prism auto loader. There's a CSS to that too. They only want the JavaScript for it. This one. I don't think this is going to be right, but we're going to try it anyways. So if I rerun you, and I believe that's going to re-render all of you, and yeah, nothing works. Everything's broken locally. Cool. That's wonderful. It makes me wonder though if auto linker CSS needs to be there. No, that didn't work. Yeah, so this doesn't have the autoloader. Okay, so CDN.js doesn't work. How about JS deliver? So themes. Oh, okay, so I can add in themes, Prism CSS. No, min CSS. All right, Custard, thanks for hanging out. And it was a great chat. Have a great rest of your day. And have a great night. And okay, so I wanted... and thank you for the 250 bits, Custard. Thank you for that. Okay, so you want themes, Prism, CSS. So themes, Prism, CSS. Components, Prism Core. Components. Prism Core. Plugins autoloader. What's the difference between this component? Oh, that's just a file, components.js. So plugins. Why is this? Okay, autoloader. Okay, so show all the links. So here's, okay, so here are the... Is that one together? Okay, let's do the CSS one first. What did you give me? Okay, you just gave me that. So I want to do a link rel. I can't do integrity, can't do the cross origin. Well, I mean, I probably could, but I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to keep you there like that, and then you to go away. And we're going to do a script source. Now, you're both of them combined together, right? I wonder if we can actually do that. Oh, nope, that's not going to work. That's not how to do scripts. Okay, so if I do you, okay, then you're back up and working again. So this works. Let's go ahead and try deploying you out. And just to double check, you didn't like magically fix yourself. Okay, good. All right, so my plan is to deploy this out. We've been here for a while, and hopefully I should get it working, although I'm going to be continuing to work on this regardless until it's like back up and running. I don't know if it's necessary or like, oh, fit. Eugene, hydrate, and I ran out of all of my liquid. Which sort of like what I was thinking about doing is like ending the stream so I can go up and get a snack or get some more water and something else while I'm deploying this. I know I ran out. I drank it all. So what I'm thinking about doing is ending the stream and then just sort of like taking my laptop upstairs and just going to work on it while also like eating a snack, drinking some, having some stuff. So I'm going to refund you for hydrate. And let's see, let's start the push. You'll rehydrate me next time? Awesome. Look forward to it. All right, I get to watch this go on up and to see whether or not it works. But we all know that this takes like 5-10 minutes. I don't know if we all want to sort of like hang out and watch, unless we want to hang out and watch to see if it actually works or not. But I'll probably end the stream right after that, depending upon how things go. So I guess in other news or questions, anybody have any questions about programming, management, companies, businesses, how they work? Because those are topics I always love chatting about. Leadership. You got a suggestion? What's the suggestion? Staff engineer book. This looks familiar. I don't think I do have it. Leadership Beyond the Management Track. I don't think I have read this one. At most technology companies, we reach senior software engineer, the career level for software engineers in 5 to 8 years. At that career level, you'll no longer be required to work towards the next promotion, and being promoted beyond it is exceptional rather than expected. Should you stay there, move into engineering management, or continue down the path of technical excellence to become a staff engineer? What are the skills you need to develop to reach staff engineer? Are technical abilities alone sufficient to reach and succeed in that role? How do most folks reach this role? What is your manager's role? Okay, basically, what is it? How do you get there? Yeah, it's definitely a leadership role. Like I would definitely agree with that. But nice. Cool. Yeah, for me, I actually just went straight to leadership, to leadership roles, like management type things. Although obviously I still keep a foot in the I keep a foot solidly in the development side with the stream. Ironically, even though it's not like in management, I would guess that a staff engineer should probably not be developing very much on their own. I would imagine they do a lot of pair programming. They do a lot of one-on-ones. They do a lot of meetings, mostly to make sure that everyone else in the team levels up. Because a good staff engineer who knows what they're doing, they could 10x the entire organization, maybe more. Would I be open to coding collaboration and some Rutch project idea? Not right now, but I think that's mostly because I have a lot of these things that I want to work on my own. And I also don't have time to sort of like do a collaboration with somebody else right now. Maybe some other time. It might be like, especially if it's like a content type thing where it's like, okay, I can like do something and it'll like attract more people to the stream. Something like that I would be more into. So it's one of those things where it's like, probably not right now, but definitely, like, I shouldn't say definitely, like, not completely a no either. Does that make sense? It also depends upon how long the project is going to be, because if it's going to be like a really long project, that's going to be rough. And we all know all projects are longer than we think they're going to be. All right, so here's the thing. It's still broken. Now, the other thing that it could potentially be broken from is Sentry, since that it loaded the Sentry code up. I have, let's see, can I actually see Sentry? That's the wrong URL. Oh, it's sentry.io. Okay, so oh, interesting. So I got an error 8 minutes ago. Marked is not defined. Interesting. Marked is not defined. Oh, but I got it to a local host. I'm accidentally, yeah. Something else I need to do is I need to make sure that I'm not sending localhost stuff to Sentry. Only like things that are deployed out. Yeah, I tried to access something and marked didn't load properly locally, which is interesting. Imagine you are building a microservice and you wanted a logging for them. Would you use things like Sentry, Grafana, Prometheus per microservice, or have a global one? I have more recently come to appreciate a more global system because oftentimes microservices aren't just isolated, but they're working with each other. So I want to be able to see logs for the thing that's passing into the microservice. And then if the microservice is like hard crashing, you then can see the microservice itself. But sometimes it's not hard crashing, it's just doing something wrong logically, and you want to see what it passes into the next thing or whatever. And if you could do like a global logging service for all of your microservices together, you can mark them and then sort of like search across all the logs for like each input or output that you're putting into it. So I'm really big on like a global one now, or at least that's what I think that it would set up if I had the money to set that up. Okay, so you ran, so theoretically I can rerun this, and you're still failing. Well, that's not cool. which does make me a little bit concerned. Yeah, so it's not that browser of like completely failing all those other things. Why are you like now not working? None of these match the content of the sub resource. Yes, this is that exact problem. Wait, so this is just saying it's Firefox. Do I have what other browsers do I have? Do I have a oh, I have Arc, which is, let's see. No, that problem is happening in here too. That's not a Firefox only problem, or at least mine isn't. Failed to find a valid digest in the integrity attribute for resource LMS with computed SHA-3. Okay. The resource has been blocked. Okay. With the one that turned into LMS, which is the JavaScript generated by trunk. I don't see any problems here. I could do a manual deploy with AWS and just like push the files into the system. What would my motivation be for using you instead of Next.js? Because I want to teach web development in Rust language, and like teaching in the same thing that I'm deploying, I think is really important for that. Also, I really like using Rust type stuff, and I want to see like how close it is to real life ready. Because I hear a lot of people talking about like both like, oh, just ignore it, it's not ready at all, or like, nope, it's fully production ready altogether. Lynn Calamidas, hello, how are you doing today? What are your thoughts on you? Do you like it, or do you use because there are options with Rust? Yes. So when I first started with it, its options are very, very limited. But I also like it because it's based upon React, which I think is a great sort of, it's a great entry point, like gateway drug for getting into Rust for web dev. Like, especially if you're coming from JavaScript web dev, like most developers, even if you're using something else like Next.js, like, you know, React. Like, everybody knows React now, or at least that's what it feels like. And so you can't go wrong by suggesting, hey, try React, try you. And then once they like you, they can say, okay, I'm going to now try something else. I'm going to now try Leptos or something like that. I have one final snooze. I'm going to use it. So we have all these debug things in here, but it makes me wonder if there's a problem with, okay, if we quit out of you, if I just do a trunk build, relax, Let's trunk build release. What is the most concerning? Is the job market for Leptos to you? I doubt someone is building their stack 100% in Rust. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. There is no job market. It's a rounding error for zero for any companies that are hiring for web development, front-end web development in Rust right now. I think, though, if you're good at talking, you might be able to use something like knowledge in Rust for front end in order to be able to fast talk yourself into like, hey, I'm really good at programming. And therefore you can hire me for like development in general. Like I can do, you know, look, I learned how to do Rust in a front end. I can also do all this other stuff for you. Okay, so if I do that, oh, I always forget. What's one of those? Oh, I want something to like serve up a website, and I barely remember. I never remember what they were. It's like I also don't remember any for Rust. I know there's at least one, but like yeah, I haven't used like light server at all. Do I want light or light? Is it like light server or light? I think it's this one. Okay, so you're running. Although that did open up Safari for some reason. Oh, so I want to go into localhost. Is that 3,000? 3,000. Yes, that works. And you're not having any problems opening up LMS with that. Okay. Yeah, I don't. What if I just need to redeploy, or like, did I somehow break something when I updated our deployment? No, because all I touched was the CloudFront cache busting thing. So now if we look at the problem here seems to be the JavaScript that's being set up to go in here, which I think is down. But yeah, I don't do this at all. I don't have to set this up at all. This is all, it's all my stuff. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I might have to take a break and come back to it. Luckily, everybody who's already taken a full course has already finished it. So I don't think I have to worry too much about people coming in. I just have to let the beta tester know that I broke it. Everything is broken. React, the gateway drug to get into Rust. I would take it. I guess Rust WebAssembly experience also translates into Blazor experience. I don't know. I've never used Blazor, so I couldn't intelligently speak to that. What you realize is your best bet for Rust is Rust for backend development, but front end, it's grim. Yeah, definitely. Luishar Soros. That name sounds familiar. I haven't been reading anything from Medium though recently. But nice. Okay, I I think I'm going to go ahead and bring the stream down because I am getting, my brain is definitely not working right now. I need to take a break, and then I will continue on and fixing and like trying to figure out what's going on with this. If we can't figure it out, then tomorrow's game stream will turn into more debugging this and figuring this out instead of playing a game. So that'll be fun. If, however, I do get it figured out, tomorrow we're playing, the plan is to play more Shenzhen.io, which will be the third stream on it, which is a lot of fun. So with that, everybody, I hope that you all have a great rest of your day. Have a great rest of your week. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I will see you whenever the next time is. And with that, have a good one. Bye.